Alrighty then. Hello everyone, my name's Caden and welcome back to more Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc and what might potentially be the finale. Last time we did the 5th chapter and figured out more about, we don't actually know who killed Mukuro Ikusaba yet, but we do know that there's another ultimate despair. So, we now need to figure out who the true culprit is. Who is the true mastermind? Who killed Mukuro Ikusaba? Let's try and figure that all out today. Shall we begin? The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused a tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now, oh yeah, we also got accused of the crime, and even though we obviously didn't kill the Mukuro Ikusaba person, we still got claimed as the culprit. But before we could get fully punished, Alter Ego managed to use one last little bit of strength while in the system to prevent us from dying and getting us down here instead. And Kyoko followed us. Forgot about that.
Anyway...
Right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wondering, I mean, obviously, I don't know if the mastermind could be someone we know, but I don't know, I can't imagine it's any of the characters that are still alive. There might be a character that's maybe mentioned, like, maybe it's probably the headmaster. I'd have to, well, I don't know. No, they said it's not the headmaster because that's her father. So no, that doesn't make sense. But I can't imagine it's Byakuya. I can't imagine it's Yasuhiro. I can't imagine it's Kyoko. I can't imagine it's Asahina. And I can't imagine it's Togo. But I don't know who it could be. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Oh yeah, you have the super key. Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it.
Ah, the Monokuma key. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Well, let's get moving. We should be able to use it on that door, right? Let's try it. Kyoko, let's get out of here. Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out.
Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid into the keyhole. And then... bingo!
Yes,
It opened!
Indeed.
and now we can get out of here. Let's go.
Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Where are we gonna end up?
Finally, we were finally free. There wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Deadly life. We're going straight into deadly life.
After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up, like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. You know, I have an idea where we might actually end up. We climbed into the darkness. Are we gonna end up in the garbage, like the incinerator room? The path was just so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you.
Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said that you're the ultimate detective, right? So, how long have you been doing detective work?
How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way.
Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us.
To be honest, actually, that actually kind of makes sense. Because a detective that's not well known, well,
Probably means they have an easier time of sneaking around the place, doesn't it? Huh? How come? It's like your family tradition, right? So,
Right.
because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. It can reveal the truth, whether that truth be bad or good. It doesn't really care whether it's bad or good, it just wants the truth. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society.
So that's why you've been the way you are. You don't really care about... You're not really focusing on, You've never really been focused on what's right or wrong. Or, well, you focus on more... You don't care if something's good or evil. You just care about truth. That's fair, though. I can respect that.
Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence.
Conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride?
So that explains. Before I came here, I was looking up info about the school online. I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do.
The reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it's because that's how much you want to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that. Yeah.
What?
Reconnect. I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father.
Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However,
There's something I want to say to him, though. No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him, face to face.
What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him.
Oh. Sever?
The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself. Well, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next lead of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future,
However...
but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind.
I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective.
I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that. What she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that, compared to her usual self... Make it just in time for daddy issues. It was... We kind of just explained it, I think, but or at the very least, we're like in the middle of it. Seems like she just wants to sever all ties because of how her father kind of abandoned the detective line of work. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional.
I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing that I can never forgive.
Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never that sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him, and tell him we're no longer family.
Well, that's your objective. I'm not gonna stop you. Doesn't really... I mean, I guess it doesn't really impact me, so... If it's what you want, I ain't gonna stop you.
In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago.
But... your family... Just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood. Nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul?
No.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family?
Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I still think we're gonna end up... I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Is it gonna be in the incinerator? Because that's what I feel like it's gonna be. Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of the store, Hope's Peak is waiting for us.
We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room?
Yeah! I knew it! I had a feeling it was gonna be that.
I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so we should be able to open it without much trouble.
Isn't that a problem, though? Because now a new issue has appeared. Monokuma probably thinks both Makoto and Kyoko should be dead. So what happens that when we suddenly just reappear in the school? What's he gonna do? Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. I'm really scared about what Monokuma might do if he finds us, and the hatch opened with ease, and so... Yep, we're back. Looks like we're back.
Whew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted.
I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. At least Makoto should be dead. He might think Kyoko was just exploring unknown areas again. That's fair. Yeah, Makoto definitely probably Monokuma thinks is dead, but the only reason I was thinking Kyoko was dead because she also got down here, but now that I think about it, she was disguised as a bag of trash, so you're right. Monokuma probably thinks that Kyoko's just off exploring some part that can't be seen again. And in that case, I'm more concerned for Makoto, because if we get found out, what happens? Is Monokuma just gonna, like, just kill us on the spot? There are plenty of things around here that I'm pretty sure could just kill us on the spot. Not to mention, like, he's got, like, multiple Monokuma dolls, right? I'm pretty sure he could just throw, like, constant supply of Monokuma dolls at us to explode.
Nothing's necessary. I was just returning the favor.
I'm just gonna have an army of teddy bears that are ready to explode following me. So, now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out... And I'm worried about you, too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You worried?
Yeah, of course. You're my friend.
So then,
Let's just get a concrete answer.
Huh?
in other
Let's
words,
ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping.
Are you crazy? Wait, that's...
however,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. It's not like we can run away.
As she said that, she pointed at a nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now?
Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't.
because
Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared.
The mastermind is ensnared. Oh. Monokuma can't kill us, can he? It would violate some kind of regulation, would it? You said something like that before. What does it mean?
so
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down.
There was?
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations.
I'm still a little... No, I'm super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we? What about the others? I wonder what the others are doing right now.
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going.
I hope the others are alright as well. Guys! Yasuhiro!
Shall we go?
Nope, never mind. You know what? I'm gonna walk to the gym. Maybe... On second thoughts, no, there's no way. There's no way they would have something as important as seeing one of the other main characters appear in the hallway. Alright. Monokuma! I'm back!
Well now. Kyoko, I don't mind so much. Koto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here?
That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay?
You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
If the guilty parties exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance.
Kyoko!
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to.
What?
However,
Before you do, let me say just one thing.
no.
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right?
Huh? I lose? Hey! Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be the chosen as the blackened and then executed, right?
Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
Then there was another unexpected development waiting for you.
Alter ego.
An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, into your precious execution machinery.
Alter ego.
You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you killed it.
am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to
So
me.
executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much.
And besides, wouldn't it also put him as the class trial, meaning he would be executed? Because if he killed a student, he becomes the blackened. Right?
If the blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right?
And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the blackened is me and not Makoto. And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't.
Don't just say it like that! What is this, a comedy routine? That makes such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't
I don't have
matter.
any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth.
And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run away.
I did try to run away. Did you not remember the last stream where I ran away twice? Actually, I ran away 3 times now I think about it, I think. The point is, I did try and run.
He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
Yeah. Kyoko's right. Yeah. I totally wasn't terrified and totally didn't think that she like stabbed me in the back when I was about to die. Yeah.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
Not supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence.
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
Right. I didn't even think about that, but this is a show. This is being broadcast to the world, right? There's no mystery if the mastermind kills him. It's no mystery if we can just watch the killing happen. It's not entertaining. So you gonna disappoint those people out there who are watching this murderous game?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Biggest proof Makoto isn't the culprit. You really think an ordinary student could kill the ultimate soldier of all people? You know what? To be fair, I never even thought about it, but you're right. I never even thought that, like... The ultimate soldier would probably be the... Like, aside from the ultimate martial artist, the ultimate soldier would be the other hardest person to take down, I would imagine. They're a soldier, an ultimate soldier. They've probably been through, like, hundreds of thousands of millions of battles. They probably know every way to avoid death and how to inflict it.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we
then I
have to
suggest you
do.
take my advice.
No. What is this advice of yours?
It's
To
true.
do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time
time.
for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
Battle between hope and despair, huh?
Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say?
I would agree. Fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without a word.
Interesting. Barrett! Very interesting indeed.
Barry? Oh hey, you've gone back to bear puns. I feel like that's been a long time since you've done that.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was just getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for bear jokes.
I'm pretty sure you haven't been doing bear jokes since the beginning of the game, which, I'm gonna be honest, that's actually rather impressive. I thought you would have been doing bear jokes the entire game, honestly. But honestly, you've not done them that often. I'm almost proud of you for holding back? Question mark? Oh well, whatever. The point is, you haven't done it to an annoying degree, so go ahead.
Now, what you've suggested might be possible. Well, it would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words...
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? And I'm prepared to agree to your terms.
All right, tone it down again.
Will your hope win out for my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain
Let's have
myself!
one final grisly showdown.
He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just kissing the killer is barely a fitting end.
You
So for this
guys!
final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here.
All the mysteries.
That's right, every last mystery that's pulling around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely
that'll be
contain
enough to
myself!
qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along.
Okay, well good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school,
You
you
guys!
win. If you can't do all that,
We'll all face execution, right?
I see. Honestly, I can agree to these terms. The only other option is living here, right? And I'm choosing not to remember what happened last time.
I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me?
We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to
When
me.
we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair?
I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
Before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that, for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm, that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement.
You don't have to be so suspicious, but I've said before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations. And having a trial for Mukuro is no exception for that.
Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception. And it's part of the regulations. I think I see the points trying to get at. I think the point they're trying to get at here is that it is a student that killed Mukuro. Because in the regulations, it states anyone who kills a fellow student and becomes blackened, a fellow student, meaning that the blackened also has to be a student. So that means the mastermind also has to be a student. That's what I'm picking up from this. That's what I think they're trying to hammer in. Wait. Oh, I actually kept the 5th Monokuma file. Huh. Interesting. Which would mean that which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro...
It's a very polarizing approach, I know. Okay, enough fun. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
What?
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
I'm done talking. I've got nothing left to say.
Angry!
Get lost, would you?
Why are you so mad?
He seems emotionally unstable.
Leave me alone. Get out of here.
Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go?
I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. It's a super duper extra special punishment, overflowing with despair.
Oh, so he's gonna prepare the biggest, best execution he's got yet.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go.
Okay. Would you stop laughing? Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. So it seems like the implication is that the mastermind has to be a student. I don't know who, though. It feels like the game's trying to tell me that it's Makoto in a weird way because of those weird, like, dream flashbacks about Makoto saying, hey, I have to stay here. Or, like, staying in the school is the best thing. I feel like the game's trying to tell me, like, trying to point me in the direction of, hey, Makoto is totally the mastermind. But I don't think it's that simple. This game is... I've noticed that this game quite loves to do something, like... I feel like this game sometimes will point you in a very obvious direction, and then... And something else that's also very obvious will just manage to sneak under you while you're thinking about that. I feel like the game's always been doing that a lot. Quality misdirection, if you will. I just don't know what it could be misdirecting this case. I don't think obviously Makoto's not the headmaster or anything like that. He's not the mastermind. But why is it that the game's making me think that he is? That's what I'm trying to think. There's gotta be a reason why the game's directing me in that direction. That's the wrong button. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko! Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle's still ahead of us.
Fair enough. Yeah, true.
But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal.
So this was a whole gamble on your part? But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? Maybe it's just their ego? Maybe they just really think that they're untouchable, and that if they follow the rules, then they truly can't be found guilty. I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said.
So when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had to hijack the airways to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right?
Ah, by revealing that it's a show, you can play along... I see. Knowing that this is a show that people are watching, like the Killing Game, it kind of puts, like, pressure on the host if they don't make it entertaining enough, basically. So, if you can find a way to basically exploit that entertainment, then they have no choice but to accept, in a way. Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right?
Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
however,
And yet somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
Think of another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult.
A reason.
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other.
They wanted to show the world?
It would
The Mastermind has
seem-
been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that.
I see. The audience is looking specifically for killings between the students. They don't want to see they don't want to see the mastermind, the one controlling the show. They don't want to see them just get involved all of a sudden. Like they're just like, hey, now this is, look at me, I'm the main character now. I'm this and that and the other thing. They just want them to stay as how they've usually been in the show. Which for Monokuma's case, has kind of just been like the silly little mascot bear judge thing. So by Monokuma getting involved, it kind of ruins the show, doesn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
In other
So the
words,
Mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world.
But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely.
Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept.
You're talking about Hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent Hope, up to kill each other and sink into despair. The Mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair.
What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational.
So they're insane.
It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who would call themselves the ultimate despair would devise.
So they're insane.
The group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair.
But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the Mastermind revealing their weakness.
Huh?
In other
Because
words,
their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The Mastermind has to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the Mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game but a one-sided slaughter.
Yeah. In which case, their experiment would basically be null and void. It wouldn't be showing that despair is better than hope. It's basically showing that this one guy just has all the power in this one situation and can decide the outcome at his own whim.
at the very
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it.
And that's why the Mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves. That's it. It's basically an experiment that they're not allowed to touch themselves directly, because if they do, it no longer becomes a fair experiment. And it becomes a one-sided argument, in a way.
Indeed.
That's precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations.
Yep.
Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
I still just feel bad for Junko. Literally died. And then just got completely pushed away by the entire game. Feels like she's the one that we know the least about, honestly. It's kind of funny. I mean, I guess it makes sense, though, considering the fact that she just... The most that she got to do in this game was step on the bear, and then she was proceeded to be impaled by 50 spears. What was it that Monokuma said? Gungnir? I summon Gungnir? Freaking Final Fantasy type summon deal.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer.
And Makoto was originally supposed to be the victim. Even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you.
So I'm their second biggest problem.
And due to that failure, the Mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer.
And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the Mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove that to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other
It
words,
would only do the Mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations.
But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the Mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up.
Still, I can't believe how much of the Mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue. I mean, she's not the ultimate detective for no reason.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got right. This time, at least, I won the bet.
She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. I wonder then, that's probably the reason why you got so upset when we broke trust earlier in the game. Because you needed someone you could trust, without a doubt. So when Makoto started being not so trustworthy, you started probably getting a bit panicked. Because suddenly you didn't have someone that you could rely on to do this ultimate game plan of exposing the mastermind. And that's why you got so upset earlier then. At least that's what I'm thinking.
To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time.
I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him.
Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd showed my uneasiness, that would have made you that much more uneasy.
Well, you're not wrong, but... yeah, you're probably right.
How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't just relax yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing.
You're right. Can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. Thankfully, we can basically all just go in with helping each other at the moment. That being said, I also still want to know, where are the others? There's no option except to win.
Hey,
Before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on.
True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind.
Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible?
anyway,
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, Monokuma is probably being truthful that one of the students here is the mastermind. That's the truth. Because he is adamant on saying that only students who kill each other, only students can be blackened. So if he's allowing himself to be the blackened, potentially, then that means he has to be a student, whoever's controlling him. And there's... But I don't know who it could be. Who would be most likely? Obviously not Makoto. Obviously not Kyoko. So Makoto, Kyoko are already out. Just no. That only leaves Byakuya, Yasuhiro, Asahina, and Toko. Toko... No, I don't think it's Toko. We already know about her whole deal as the two-side mastermind, and while it would be easy to call a mastermind a serial killer, I don't think it's her. And besides, she's already made her points about who she kills, why she kills them, how she kills them. I don't think it's Toko. Byakuya, there's no denying that Byakuya is kind of an asshole at times. I'm not going to deny that. That being said, he's also rather fair. As much as he can be an asshole at times, he's fair. At the very least, he seems to be truly trying to go for truth. And I don't think it's him. Asahina, I just don't get the feel. So that just leaves Asahina and Hagakure, and I don't feel like it's Asahina. We've already had the whole deal with Asahina being the culprit for the 4th case regarding how, she covered up Sakura's death. But strangely, that just leaves freaking Hagakure. And I don't know how I feel about Hagakure being the mastermind. And yet that's the only conclusion I can draw at the moment. I swear to God, if Hagakure is the actual freaking mastermind, and it would be simultaneously the most hilarious, yet at the same time probably best mastermind reveal I could think of. But at the same time, I don't know. Yeah, it's the only one I can think of that probably would be the mastermind.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go?
It's just, I can't think of any of the other characters, though, as being the culprit. I'm gonna check the dining room. I would imagine they'd be in the dining room. Because that's where everyone always goes, right? And suddenly we were greeted with... what? You again. Is he broken?
I suppose his emotional instability reached its limits.
Jeez, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was all about.
I couldn't help but allow a sigh of relief. Guys!
Is that Makoto?
Guys!
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Guys!
You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'll take that as a compliment at this point, considering that means I'm at least, persistent.
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
No, Hagakure. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up. Guys!
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, seriously stinks.
Well, I wasn't a freaking garbage dump.
It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog.
You wait, shoot! And in a flash, my tears dried up. Alright, assholes. Ah, hey, Toko. You stink. Are you rotten? Rotten physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. It smells so smelly. No, 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 no. I win. She seems happy for some reason. Help. So what have you guys been doing while I was gone?
Well, we figured out that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again.
And?
No dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked.
There weren't any new areas. Then where can we go to find clues? I have an idea. We have the Monokuma key, right? That means we can go anywhere we want. So I would say the most obvious place to start is where Kyoko was the entire time that we couldn't find her, which is the second floor of the dorms. I'd say that's probably the biggest chance we've got at figuring out any more clues. Hagakure!
Yo!
Makoto, what's it like hanging out in the spirit world?
I didn't go to the spirit world, Hagakure.
You know?
Did you get to talk to her?
Who?
Miss Cleo.
No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? Who are you talking about? What? The only Cleo I can think of is Cleopatra, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about. My favorite asshole. I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me either. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say that they've had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you. It's the old commercial of the second known as Miss Cleo. Oh, interesting. That was a long stream. Kyoko, what should we do now?
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion.
Stroller.
We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain. Explain what?
But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
Oh, he already knows I'm here.
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all.
I need to tell you all about last class trial.
Last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about
What's the
that?
point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right?
No, I didn't do it, like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind.
What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it,
However,
but his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
You
What did you
spotted the
say?
trap, did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules?
They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. Well, I just, you know, tried to run away a few times. You put me in a situation like that, fight or flight kicks in, and I'm always picking flight. I'm out of here. When you said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared, that's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here.
For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later.
So, knowing all of this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind.
But there's more to it than that, right? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school.
Every last mystery? But we've been looking all around all this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You probably guessed it right, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Everyone!
Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master.
I am not fine with it. Please! I would prefer death than hanging out with the serial killer that stalks me. I meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. Please get this serial killer stalker away from me.
anyway,
Anyway, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
In other words, one
Interesting.
decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say.
But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all the school's mysteries?
It's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries.
I'm not so sure about that.
Huh?
I
I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone.
You can't agree. Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. And
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them being high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Well, in that case, already a strange oddity becomes apparent. First of all, Makoto and Kyoko, right out the gate, immediately have alibis, because we were literally the only reason we were able to get this extra chance is because both Kyoko and Makoto are innocent. So right out the gate, we know that's true. That just leaves the other four, though. But that doesn't make sense either, because none of them... Something's not right here. All of them have perfect alibis as well. Because of the whole, like, they were together, or went to pairs to the bathroom, all hanging out in the gym. They have perfect alibis too, and yet, at the same time, Kyoko and Makoto also have to be innocent, because if they weren't, then we wouldn't have the second chance that we have. The very fact. So none of the students can be the culprit, but it has to be a student. There's only one thing I can think of, but I don't even know how this is possible. I don't even know if it's true or not. There's only one thing that makes sense. If it's impossible for any of the remaining alive students, Makoto can't be it, Byakuya can't be it, Yasuhiro can't be it, Kyoko can't be it, Aoi can't be it, and Toko can't be it. The only other thing that's possible then is if it can't be any of them, yet it's still a student, is it somehow someone who's dead. That's the only thing I can make sense of, but that doesn't even make sense on its own. Unless I'm missing something. We need more investigating before I can actually say. Dead, yeah.
But why?
So in
If the
other
mastermind
words,
really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have to have set foot in the school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised a scene like that.
in other
But
words,
according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak... So you're saying someone among the people who actually didn't die... You don't... That's the only thing that I can come up with, but at the same time, that doesn't make any sense to me. So unless someone has like a twin or something like that they can like Like, I don't know. Can they just survive without dying? Or can they die and yet live again? Unless they're, like, this is a whole plot to show, like, everyone's been cloned, and the reason why everyone's, like... They mentioned earlier that everyone has something wrong with their bodies. Maybe everyone's been cloned or something. I don't know. But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game.
Then the mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. And add in Mukro and you get 16. The mastermind would have to be one of them.
That's right.
And of those 16 people we start out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious.
Wait, we can't be for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. Mastermind being one of us is also a possibility.
And that is one possibility we can't ignore.
Yeah, I mean they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair. So they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible.
But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? Yeah, that also doesn't make sense then. What? How does this work? Wait, in that case, hang on, that doesn't make sense then. Every student has an alibi. We've seen Monokuma working, like, in that case, everybody has an alibi. Monokuma was seen working at the very beginning of the game when everyone was in the gym. Because, and apparently the mastermind is controlling Monokuma. By that logic, none of the students in the gym could have. But then it goes back to Mukro, but then What? What? I can see that, yeah, I can now see why this is going to get really complicated. It's an impossible situation somehow. Impossible in the fact that it doesn't seem like any of the students could be the killer, and yet it has to be one of the students. One of the students has to be the mastermind, and yet none of them can be the mastermind. It's a paradox somehow, or whatever. Did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active? Everyone has to have an alibi, though, because of the beginning at the gym when everyone was in, like, at that point, everyone was alive in the gym and Monokuma was acting normal. The only way then is if the 16th student was Mukuro. But Mukuro's dead now. I just keep going in circles because this doesn't... What? Oh god, this is hurting my brain because now it's... Ugh. I gotta stop thinking about it. I need more information or else I'm just gonna keep getting stuck in an infinite loop. But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
But
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right.
Then maybe
right?
Monokuma was an autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and action beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. That too. I was considering the fact, like, could Monokuma be autopiloted, but there's no way. The way that he talks is way too human. Way too natural. You can't simply have those, like, you can't predict what someone else is going to say. Okay? So there's no way he could have been on autopilot at any point. Otherwise, the conversations he's had, it makes no sense. Well, it would be entirely impossible if they directed the flow. It wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still. Uh-oh. Is it a body?
This is a school announcement.
This is new.
You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
Oh, curious.
So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school.
Really?
Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit.
Well, at least he's playing fair.
Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
All right.
Hmm?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the doors. I mean, we didn't really need him to do that anyways, considering we had the Monokuma key, but I guess this just saves us the time of having to move the key between rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name
At this
of my
point, I can
family.
rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. And you, Naegi. Sometimes I will force you to do my bidding. I still haven't forgotten. Tell them, Makoto. What do you mean? I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Goodbye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall.
Master, and take me with him.
Hey.
You blame him?
Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee.
So we're just a cup? Is that what you're saying? We're just an empty cup?
Totally useless. So bye.
With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. But I'm right here. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko? I know the answer, but I can't be expected to explain it to you simpletons. Tagami. He's an asshole, but he's funny. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right.
Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about
Just
that?
wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Have fun, Hagakure. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall.
Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves?
To be honest, this actually might not be the worst idea because there was a lot of, there were quite a couple locked rooms, right? They need to all be checked at some point, so maybe it'd be best if everyone splits up for now just to check out every room on their own. What about you, Hina?
I guess I'll do the same.
But,
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
cause,
But
I
up
mean,
till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depend on Sakura and everyone else.
You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died.
Makoto! That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
okay.
But I figure, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later.
Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. Well, at least she seems in a good mood in a way. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
So, what are we doing? I guess I'm working on my own too. So you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so...
That goes for all of us.
I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as splitting up to cover more ground. That's what I was thinking. Then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then...
Well, I better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right?
So, all the doors have been unlocked. Of note, that includes the second floor of the dorms. So, probably want to check that. That includes... what else? School store, Avery, courtroom... archive, library... That includes... rec room, nothing on here. The data center is well, data center has kind of been unlocked, but the headmaster's room is properly unlocked. And so is the biolab. I want to see the second floor of the dorms. That's been the one that's been most curious to me because we've been able to see the second floor of we've been able to see the stairs for the longest time yet.
So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school.
We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary.
After that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. That's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. The mastermind has to be lying. There's no way. And then we can all escape the error. They've already shown that they don't, sometimes they're willing to not play fair, but again, I can't think that the mastermind would be able to. Actually, wait a minute. The fifth trial in general was very weird. Hang on, let me actually first just get to investigating mode. There we go. Guess we'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess the rooms that were locked till now. Headmasters, Biolab, and the door, or in the data center with the Monokuma face on it. Oh, and the second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before. They should be open now too, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Places to check, how to do. Oh, hey, we actually just straight up get a list. That's nice. The fifth case in general was very odd, but I didn't even think of it till now, but thinking more on it, it might just be that they didn't want to show gore and stuff, but, like, maybe they didn't want to risk having, like, to show, like, a bunch of blood everywhere after an explosion, but the one thing I'm thinking is, when the body exploded, it didn't really have any blood, like, it didn't, like, I would have expected a lot more blood everywhere, more guts everywhere, something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's just stylistic choice. I don't know. Ever since I played Raincoat and knowing the truth, knowing the final case in that game, I've been very suspicious of blood in any of these games at this point. Strange. Well, I first want to check out the second floor of the dorms. That is the most curious place in my opinion. So, let's move it. Second floor of the dorms, for once and for all. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. Here we go. What's it look like? This is the second floor of the dorms? Looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Played Raincoat. Yeah, I played it a while ago. It's interesting. I played two other Spike Chunsoft franchises. I played Raincoat and I even played the AI Somnium Files. Although I've only streamed through. I played the first game on my own, but then I played Nirvana Initiative on while streaming it. But I never played Danganronpa till now. But I mean, I loved both those games that they made, so knowing that this is like their most popular like series or whatever, I mean, I was already expecting it to be good. It's more like a battlefield, like a bomb blew up here or something. There's blood. There's only one bedroom that looks accessible. What in the hell happened here? The bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. And a coin. Nice. What about the bathroom? I opened the door just a crack, glanced inside, and immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble.
Doesn't look like there's anything in here, actually. Alright. Well, there's still other things up here. This is the girls' bathroom. Even a place like this, I can't bring myself to go in. What if there are clues, though? Oh, well, the boys' bathroom will have to do. There are no clues in the boys' bathroom. Never mind. What about this room? It's got a picture of a giraffe in a locker. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Well, we got a whole bunch. Why has this one got a metal plate on it? There's a metal plate mounted to the locker. There's no way to get it open. Well, time to check every locker. Metal plate. Really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. But I get a coin from it. Can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even gonna bother trying. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader installed in the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open those up. Does that mean... Oh, maybe it's someone's e-handbook that opens this. Well, let's just give it a try. I took out my e-handbook, and ran across the card reader. Remind me way too much Kyoko when I play. Kind of funny, especially in Kyoko's comment about her being able to hear the god death. Yeah. That is kind of funny. I took out my handbook and ran across the card reader. And then... Nope. No luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Maybe it's the masterminds? Nope. Card reader. Nope. Maybe one of these lockers will actually open. Nope. 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 What about this one? Nope. Almost done with this area. Don't think I can open it, but I can steal from it. I feel like one of these is gonna end up opening somehow. Nope. Or I'm wrong. Maybe I need to come back here with something. Alright, what about this room over here? That's the only other room left. Oh, what the heck? This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Hi, Kyoko. Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time.
A regret? Well, I can already see there's an obvious... There's a not-so-hidden door here, so... Gotta figure out how to open that. Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. Probably shouldn't bother. Alcohol. That's a chair. Can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been the headmasters. Computer. There's a PC on the desk. Must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair.
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy, which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people, those whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there?
Whew.
But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure.
But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right?
I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on.
Correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have.
The Ultimate Despair. It was a group. Multiple people. There's a strange gap in the wall. Is this some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here. But not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out.
A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall.
Open space. Does that mean...
You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it.
You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However...
But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably something made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there.
You're right, that's not nearly enough to go on. Unless you have time to start typing out every possible combination imaginable.
It's true.
I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password.
Whew.
When I think about how much time I wasted on this.
Jeez. So there's a hidden room she can get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there's some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, there's no way then do I stand a chance.
No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of. Or something she didn't want to think of.
For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After all, after the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as a password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well...
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want.
Okay. Alright, let's give it a shot. Kyoko! You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, it might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong.
Okay. In that case, here goes nothing. Collected myself and then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. Typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, and as I finished typing it in... Welp! It worked!
What?
That did it! Kyoko, it worked!
Why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim.
Kyoko.
Kyoko! Oh, what the? Oh! Who's that photo back there? Hey, Kyoko. I may as well not even have been in the room. Her gaze was fixed only on one thing. Present. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. Better check out that suspicious present first. Okay, fine. There's a brightly covered box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. It better not be another freaking bomb. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto.
Why, you think it's dangerous?
No, not dangerous. But surprising, probably.
Huh?
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see.
Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay?
Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. Ugh! What was in the box was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright and joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined? Looking at the bones, there's a curious oddity being, of course, the crack on its skull. Looks like someone smashed it in.
I see.
Just as I thought.
What? Whose skull is this? Wrapped all so nice, so I never would have guessed what's inside. Human bones. Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was specifically I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body.
That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. Wait, you said his.
My father.
I had a feeling you thought that. Ugh. Why are his bones in there? Huh? What about him?
Correct.
Well, you found the box. Those bones, that body, that's my father.
I had a feeling when she said his.
Or at least what's left of him.
How do you know it's his, though? Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad. The same man she's been searching for. Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who's planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
Oh, she did say that the headmaster was in the school. Didn't state that the headmaster would be alive in the school.
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this before, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in host speak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school. But the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students.
Yeah.
When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words...
Most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway.
As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or, no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. I have to believe that at some point, she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she can cut off all ties. Was that all there was to it?
I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I didn't knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do.
Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Hidden room present. This picture. No, it's all faded. Must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of...
It's a little baby.
Hey, Kyoko. Aww.
Why would you...
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now?
Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl.
Little baby.
Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself. To cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father?
Kyoko. Photo of Kyoko and the headmaster. This filing cabinet seems like the kind of place you'd find a clue. We should take a closer look. But I don't think Kyoko would like some stranger like me touching her dad's stuff.
Hey.
It's fine. Check whatever you want.
Are you sure? Okay then. I went through each drawer one by one, starting from the top. But all I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He's pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. He could have inherited our family business, our legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
Now,
If he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate.
The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but...
Hey.
You sure?
Because
Never let anything get in the way of investigation. I don't.
Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. In the last drawer... Is this? A e-handbook. In case of emergency. It's an e-handbook, right? It has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
in other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what it is.
I think you're probably right.
it would seem
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it?
But Kyoko,
I
I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here.
then I guess I'll take it.
Is it really okay?
Headmaster's e-handbook.
Hey,
Listen, Makoto.
Huh?
Can I ask you a favor?
Favor? What is it?
so
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but
Hey,
could you leave?
correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko, don't worry. I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little. I
Just
need
a
to
second.
get my emotions in order.
You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood and not by heart and soul. But
Maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. But that problem can't be easily be solved.
you're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself.
Okay, I understand. And I'll see you later. Alright. Small connection? I might be oblivious, so... Oh well, I'll probably figure out something in the future. Is she really okay? Kyoko. Must have been a complete shock for her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead.
The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now.
We were wrong about that. Headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is...
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough the buns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high schoolers. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
15 of us met in this mail hall. Add Mukuro in to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Saika, Junko, Leon, Mondo, Taka, and Fumi, Celeste, Sakura, even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the only ones still left alive are... me, Byakuya, Hiro, Koko, Hina, and Kyoko.
Only those 6 people are still alive. And there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe that. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. Well, now that I've got that handbook, I'm curious. I want to go back to here. Kyoko said it was a funny one. I wonder if I can open this locker. Wait, but what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Let's give it one more try. Took the emergency handbook that ran that across the card reader and bingo! Guy with short black hair or skull remains with a cracked skull. If it doesn't ring bell, else fair enough. Short black hair, skull remains with a cracked skull. I am for some reason drawing a blank. Oh. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we've got inside. What in the world? This locker is totally just disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. Wait a minute. This is a crystal ball. This looks like stuff that Hero would have. A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. Yeah, this looks like Hero's stuff. Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order. And dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuffed this didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. The moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of uneasiness I may have had evaporated. Yep, I was worried to see that. Why is Yasuhiro's name on this? What? There's no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes. Which would mean he attended classes here. It can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. We were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So, what is this notebook? I still get the feeling that all of the students that have been participating in the killing game, it seems like they may have actually been living in the school for a bit, but for some reason, something may have made them lose their memories, it sounds like. I don't know what exactly, but that's the only thing I can assume. Well, if that's Hagakure stuff, let's check out these others. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Oh, this thing is practically empty. Practically, but not quite. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see any name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. There's some writing inside. Could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. All the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, my father. So this is Kyoko's. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student and prodigy safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from this corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan.
So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it?
But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who this pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. If this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little.
I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, and my father.
What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would have proved me wrong about this whole thing. When I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. Despair walks among us. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair. The more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro. And a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. And I have to believe in everyone. Can I check out the rest, just in case? Nothing. Nope. Nope. Alright, I figured that's what that meant, but... Can I actually go straight back to Kyoko and just ask her, like, hey, Kyoko, do you happen to know anything about this pocketbook that has your writing, things you would say, and overall would just belong to you? Never mind. Alright, in that case, it's time to explore somewhere else. Let's see. How about, you know what room I want to check out? I want to check out the Monokuma room. I'm curious about this room. Hey, Hina.
Hey, Makoto.
Are you here to look around too?
Is that what you're doing here?
Yeah, I can't but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah,
So I figured, if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that one should open too, right?
but
Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it. It might explode, right? And that really sucks, so you open it.
But then I explode, and that sucks. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Thanks, Asahina. Okay, so I guess I'll open it.
Wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded.
Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it.
Okay, go ahead.
Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Weep! What the hell? There was no explosion, thankfully. Oh, this is probably where Monokuma is controlled from. My first impression was...
Huh? This place is totally sci-fi.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. This looks like where Monokuma gets controlled from. There's a hatch down here. There's not even a hatch on the floor. Right now I'm more concerned about the weird device. What is this device? Looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something.
Yeah, kinda looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi's probably freaked out if he saw it.
Cockpit? So the the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. And could that mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it, or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons.
Hold on, you can't just go... You can't just...
Or whatever, something like this.
But it's too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push?
I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one, the one that says data center.
Data center? I took a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed. The data center? That's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. Probably go check it out.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here.
Alright. Is it gonna be Monokuma? Did I just hear what I think I heard?
Hi. Hi.
Is that Monokuma?
Hi.
Hi, Monokuma. Hey.
Give me all your donuts.
Is that you, Hina?
What? Oh man, busted. How'd you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup?
You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Guess what I found? A self-destruct button.
Do not hit that! Whatever you do, do not push it!
Too bad.
Oh man.
Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that sells it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Anyway. Hina! Could you not try and kill me?
Oh, hey, Mako. What the heck was that just now?
Monokuma.
What do you mean?
What you were controlling just now? It was Monokuma. Hina almost became a blackened at the very end. She almost did. Thanks, Hina. You have ruined everything.
Monokuma? What? For real?
Yep, looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words...
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. They can't. That's what we see. Okay. Kyoko's theory was right. They have to switch rooms in order to control Monokuma.
But
If the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school the whole time, right?
And that further cements the possibility of it can't be any of us that's still alive, because this room wouldn't have been open for so long. I guess it would have to be true. If that is true...
It's very polar. How many times have we said this same line? Feels like we've done this at least like 10 times, so...
In the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer really is the 16th student? Then I feel like you've been with Monokuma in front of everyone else as well. Yeah, that's the other thing that doesn't make sense. At the beginning of the game, in the gym, before anyone was even killed, Monokuma was definitely in front of everyone who was still alive. Even before Sayaka was killed, even before she was killed, like, Monokuma was in front of everyone in the gym. No, it can't be. There's no way, right?
What's wrong, Ko? I don't like that face you're making.
Oh no, it's nothing.
Oh, okay.
This killing game began with 16 flashbacks, all of them this very one. I just keep getting the same flashback over and over again. What about you? Is everything okay?
cause I mean,
Oh well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something?
Well, don't forget all the motives and Clash Royales Monokuma showed up. That too. Again, it doesn't make sense. There's gotta be some sort of outlying factor to how Monokuma works. that hasn't been shown yet. I can't say it isn't impossible, or can't say it is impossible. I really hope it's not true.
So, like, you want to leave soon? There are still lots of other places to check out.
Yeah, good point. We can't waste all of our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going?
Yeah.
Alright, seems like we're done. What just happened? As soon as the door of the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that?
The door! It just locked on its own.
What? Crap! They were in there! I had my hand shot to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why? That's why.
Of course it's locked because this data center is now restricted.
Monokuma! Yep. That hatch on the floor probably is where they were hiding.
Just a second.
No fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
But that even further proves it can't be any of those students that are alive, because everyone's off searching. So who are you? Who's controlling you?
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving.
In that room.
yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are.
So right now you're being operated by someone in that room?
Yes,
Correct,
indeed.
Mundo.
You're a
That doesn't
liar.
make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone.
Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you're as thorough as you could have been?
The floor panel.
Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch?
But that alone tells us it can't be anybody. It can't be any of us that are currently searching the crime. It can't be. Because we're all often searching and, well, again, it's impossible. No way. Hatch on the floor? I had a feeling.
Too bad. That was your one big chance, and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, the hatch can't be open from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace.
He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding there?
At least Hina and Ko can now testify that neither of them were in there, while Monokuma confirmed the mastermind is controlling him. Yeah. In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then when I said we should leave.
Well, that hatch couldn't be open from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay.
And anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left.
You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
I'm gonna run around and tell everyone what we found. Nice. You got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later.
And it took off at a full sprint. And I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Alright, next up, Headmaster's room. Let's see what's in here. Who are we gonna be exploring with in here? Byakuya! This is the Headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Oh, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya! Hey, look, it's the same stuff that's in the gym. There are trophies and even a shield in the display case. TV. What are all these documents on the floor? There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. The bookshelf seems really well made and is filled with files and thick books. Byakuya! Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class number 78 student registry. Oh, wasn't 78, Mukuro? It contains profiles for all of us, and Mukuro.
So in
Apparently,
other
class
words,
number 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room, it mentioned
I see.
78. That's right. It also mentioned class number 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words,
there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at the Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about... But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as she could. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background on an entity floats, close just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some kind of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair, and I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students, after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But won't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her just like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. So that's what Mukuro looks like? That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, and even list of vitals. 31, 22, 32. Yeah, her vitals. Thanks, Byakuya. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say... There's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? That's another thing I was wondering. Could the body even have been Mukuro's? Monokuma keeps saying that's Mukuro, but... At the same time... I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. She didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. I guess a tattoo wouldn't fit, though. Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Thank you, Byakuya. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words...
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven wrong. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. We've already looked through it, but I might as well check it on my own. That's us. has profiles on me and everyone I met at the beginning, and Mukuro. Apparently a new student at Hope's Peak, Mukuro Ikusaba. Her and the mastermind must have been allies. That's strange that they had to have been allies. Alright. Next up, I want to go check out the biolab. Raw! What in the world? This room is frozen. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold! It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. I've seen something like this before. Ah, that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. This section is more frozen than the rest, I feel. There's some kind of weird machine or something. A bunch of blue and glow lights, but some of the lights are on, and the ones on the left. The right-hand lights are... Oh, God. Wait a minute. Do not open those. Do not open those. Do not open those. I have a bad feeling I know what's in those. I keep hitting the wrong button. There are icicles hanging from the monitor. 2 sheets. There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It's looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know that automated systems have been activated. Sure you're hitting the wrong button, not subconsciously trying to run away again? Maybe I am. Oh no. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridge. Well, looking around, I think I get it. Seems clear to me now. It's some kind of makeshift morgue. Yeah. And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is... Can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died. And that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. Get me out of here! So, after that, I guess it's time to check the other areas that have been related to the case. It said to check out the dojo again. Togo! Oh, Togo, this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight?
No, that's not at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue.
Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have had something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give me back my precious time!
Calm down, Toko.
What's your
Don't
problem?
tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless. Good for nothing.
Nobody's gonna say that.
Master will.
I'm not sure I can disagree with that, unfortunately.
I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me?
Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so I'm gonna get going. Have fun! Alright, let's check the body. So, we have a problem. Huh? It's gone. Mukuro's body, it's not here. Hello? Is it inside you, Mr. Plant? Is it in here? Maybe the body's inside the tool shed. Better check just to be sure. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. If it's not in here either, then it must be... Could it be in the biolab? The corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so... better look into it. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clues behind here. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It's from the biolab. It says biolab. Then this originally came from the biolab. I see. I might have to go check that biolab again. That's all I really need to check here. Crap! Nope! I think it's time!
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely?
Give me more time, damn you!
Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint.
Oh.
For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
Alright. What, now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap, even knowing that. He said to get out of the gym, right? Oh boy. Hey! Oh, hey, Hero. Oh, Makoto! Why'd you act so surprised? Oh, no reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him. What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go! Hero, wait! There's no point trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero? It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? I wonder if it... Oh, I wonder, is Monokuma lying? I feel like Monokuma might be telling lies. Come here, bear. What do you got? It's just me!
Hi.
I am
Hello, welcome. Hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you.
Envelope? What's this? This must be the envelope.
And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside.
What?
Don't worry, just get on with it.
Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. Hang on. What I found was a single photograph. Hang on a second. Apologies. What I found was a single photograph. And it's what I worried about. I see a significant lack of one person here. It featured a bunch of faces I recognize extremely well. There's everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room and we looked at that file. Mukuro Ikusaba? And this girl is... Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that... Just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture. But what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me, and didn't know each other until they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean... Could it be? Everyone else, and just me. Everyone else here except for me.
How long are you gonna keep this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out.
But...
I told you I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That would totally be out of left field.
I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it! Why am I not in the photo? It obviously feels like the game's pointing towards like, hey, Makoto is the mastermind. But that doesn't make sense. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How's that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should ask everyone directly. I should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Where is everybody? Owie! Owie! So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you.
Makoto! Sorry, gotta go.
What? She ran off so fast, I didn't even have time to stop her. Yeah, why? Why won't you talk to me? I had a feeling something like this would happen. Oh boy, is even Byakuya gonna get scared and run away? That'd be kind of funny, if, admittedly, not gonna lie. Was Byakuya... Am I in the wrong room? Oh, that room, the archive. Hey, Byakuya. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya? I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the... Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. Yep, had a feeling this was going to happen. Sure is lucky. Hey, Hero. Makoto! What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No, No! Sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hero, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I'd found. It was like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me. Why? I feel like I already know what's going on here. It's Monokuma trying to go for ultimate despair. Turning everyone against Makoto. Pointing him as the mastermind. I decided to try to visit the biolab one more time. And the first thing I saw when I got there... Toko! Was her. Passed out again. Toko? Damn it, Toko! It's gonna be Genocide Jill. It's open. Oh, but Toko. It's gonna be Genocide Jill when she wakes up. Toko, are you okay? Oh, no! She's not dead, is she? Adfield. You're not fooling me that easily. Oh god, I just realized the only person I'm gonna be able to have trust in me potentially is this damn serial killer. Ugh.
It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold I think I might catch a cold.
If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
What, was I asleep? I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, then what? Humbug, straight up point.
Okay, so why'd you pass out?
Oh, well, last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Morose?
Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Yeah, that'll paint me in a much better light. Team up with the serial killer.
Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. It don't say like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory.
No, it's more like half. Set aside Jack's memory.
All I want to know right now is where's my little darling? Tell me now or I slit your throat.
I don't know. Byakuya, I'm sure Byakuya's around here somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
I'm so?
I assume so.
I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total bro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't imagine how lonely he must be right now.
Well, I guess that's better than being thought of as the mastermind, question mark? Toko shut off, her eerie laugh echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. Not that one, damn it! The fridge, it's open. But I'm sure they were all shut last time I was here. That must be why she passed out. Kyoko? Yep, hi!
Right.
She faints so easily. Were you in here the entire time, Kyoko? Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh, yeah,
It would seem...
it's a morgue. Yeah?
I knew
I
it.
suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and, well, there you have it. You knew she'd faint.
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there... That's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. That's why why is everything gotta be so difficult with her?
Anyway...
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. But suddenly, she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Mukuro's body is in there. Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body is inside the fridge.
I see.
Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The mastermind did? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail.
Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished.
Just way over there? That's it? Okay. It's a fridge meant for storing dead bodies. Can't look. Do you know about the group photo? After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something.
What is it?
It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier.
You mean the one about the hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer.
Huh? Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer.
That's a good point. Wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Sitting here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me.
Is she right?
Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us?
That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation.
Nope, same thing. Same tart. That's the tart that was used to help camouflage the murder. At some point, someone got it from the biolab and took it over there. I looked through the instruction manual. Oh, okay. Monitor. What do you want me to look at, game? Unless you want me to look at... On the left side of the refrigerator, a bunch of blue lights are on. But these ones aren't.
It would seem...
The blue light comes on when the slot is occupied.
So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights are on, including Mukuro's. There's 9 in all. 9? 9? 9? Wait, what? 9? 9? Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. No. Nine. Is someone still alive? If 9 of them are... If there are only 9 lights, but there's 6 of us left, that's a total of... That's 15. But there's supposed to be 16. Someone's still alive. One of the people that have died are not actually dead. That's the only thing that can mean. That's the only way that makes sense. What?
Okay, Makoto. I'm done.
Ready? Gee, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief.
To be fair, Mondo's butter. I swear to God, I better not open up that... I swear to God, if you open up his, like, the fridge section with him and it's just a thing of butter in there, I would cry. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I pay careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death.
Really?
The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings.
You gotta keep butter refrigerated, not with the bodies.
So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option in those other wounds, but the file said they were days old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old? Huh?
Because...
All the Monokuma file says that they were inflicted at least several days ago.
I guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old,
However...
but that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder.
Are you saying they are? But we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
So then...
What if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days?
What? Oh, that's right, actually, hang on. Now another layer of complexity has been added. You can put a body in a cold enough space, you can change the time of death to whatever you want it to something else, to whatever you like. She could have been killed a much longer ago, but if she was put into this morgue, then her body would probably have been a lot fresher, and thus the time of death would be thrown off.
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you?
One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future.
Kyoko's account.
Hey.
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time.
Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier, when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5 foot at 7 inches, at 97 pounds. Vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right?
You remembered all that?
They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then...
Indeed.
And don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case is, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusaba.
And?
Is that all you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I think so.
So then...
And it looks like we have no further business with the Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here.
Oh wait, are we not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad? Did you forget? She was our enemy once. A part of the ultimate despair.
But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow?
Well, yeah, but still.
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling.
But she could have abandoned me. But she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then...
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes?
Hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now... Kyoko! Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go ahead then. Out with it.
Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What? So...
What do you mean?
Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need a handbook. You need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to.
Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers?
I found a pocketbook. And after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker?
Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, your father.
What? If that's true...
Could that mean... That video is real too?
Video? Wait, video? You're not talking about the very beginning of the game, are you?
Makoto.
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined.
What are you talking about?
I
need to go investigate those lockers, right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own 2 eyes.
Oh, let me give you the Headmaster's Handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker.
Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense.
A DVD. It says... Class 78 urgent interviews?
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have any time to explain what I think it means, so just watch and see for yourself. I think you'll realize what it means exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before.
None of this makes any sense right now. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble?
Ramble?
In other words...
So as it turns out, the arrangements I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything. Even my own feelings.
You're talking about your dad, right?
I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask. For the rest of my life.
And all because of the Mastermind.
However...
There's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the Mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the Mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that.
Kyoko's eyes burn with a fire of determination. The determination to defeat the Mastermind.
It's strange. To be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why is it? Why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess.
She let out a small laugh as she said it. Her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But keep this in mind. There's only ever one absolute truth. Where that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst.
What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope.
Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know?
Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial.
Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I wonder if she knows something. Better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. She headed to the AV room. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth. But no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose. Alright, let's get going. Alright. Don't know why I walked backwards into that, but that works. Alright, let's get showed. I should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well then, better take a look. The DVD Kyoko gave me, I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that I was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Oh! Sayaka? It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that?
Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school?
Except...
What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
Did everyone agree willingly? As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There's a lot I hadn't understood until now. But this, only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed the sunlight. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Ah! Ah! Huh? What I saw was me. And possibly, undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down and talking to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes.
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
What's going on? Once again, the video cuts out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya. Toko. Hina. Everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in the school forever. And then... Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself apparently had turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Huh?
Oopsies, looks like it broke. Out of service.
What? It just so happened to break just now.
Too bad.
Now then, when doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
Failure my ass! You cut the power on purpose! Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them the question, and they'd all say yes. Couldn't help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Everyone's memories got wiped. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... is it time?
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end.
It's time for the beginning of the end.
And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although That dawn is totally pitch black. There is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought.
Ah, philosophy. Admittedly, I'm not so well versed in such topics.
But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started.
You could have just said that.
The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you-know-where.
Here we go. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. Alrighty, here we go. The last class trial. I guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto,
You're early, Makoto.
listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared?
Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here?
However,
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon.
And just like she said, it's everyone that hates me. Byakuya! Byakuya? They arrived one after another, but they were all in the same state of shock. Hina? Hiro? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was a deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like first class trial.
You called for me and so I appeared!
Strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot.
Yes!
Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me. My scissors are in hand. I'll stab and gorge and gouge and shiv the master of evil.
But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys.
That's what master wants. It can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it.
Wait a minute, hang on. Hey, wait a second. I want to take a call real quick. Just to make sure everything's alright. Alright. Apologies about that. Everything's fine. I thought that there was something that needed to be said between family, and it turns out it was just a misunderstanding. My mom wanted to talk to my sister alone, but for some reason she just put in the family group chat, so I thought she wanted to tell everyone something. It's fine. Nothing. I just wanted to make sure everything was alright. Apologies. Anyways. Oh god.
Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now.
Is everyone here? Ooh, I'm wearing our gloomy gust faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well then, let's begin.
Thrills,
This
chills,
final
kills.
class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair. Climb maximum sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair.
What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm fair in good standing, you know. If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win the game super fair and square.
Today,
And I'll
I'm
make sure
feeling
everyone
right.
watching at home knows that despair is mired into hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious dribble. Begin the trial already.
Sure. Let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You
So don't
guys.
try and run away.
Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name
This will be
of
over
my
in no
family.
time. With inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. They're all it's trying to point towards me. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
You know why that is, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial.
You're right. I'm ready.
so...
Ready to win, alright? Right?
Of course.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I started making my way toward the opening. Step after step toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes, and sight fell away. All sound, too, disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later? I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. What the? This is the final trial site.
What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Well then, let's begin!
Here we go! The final class trial. I don't have anything new I can really get for skills, I don't think. Yeah. Screw it, we're just gonna go in with what we got. Okay. Ready to figure out what the hell's going on? I hope I am, because otherwise, oh dear. There we go. Let's just begin. Class trial, all rise. It's time to end this.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up. If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win. But if you can't, then I win. And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment.
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Oh, that'll be a sight for the eyes.
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
That'll be a sight.
Of course not. Bears never go back on their word.
Time to figure out who you are, Monokuma.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer.
Oh,
You're
boy.
all the mastermind, aren't you?
Ah!
You're all out to get me. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't even think of that. It's not a matter of everyone being pointed at me. It's everyone distrusting each other. Isn't it? Oh, crap.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you?
I have to make everyone calm
I
down.
have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Okay, hang on.
Hey, you
Group
stole my
focus,
line.
check Headmaster's Deep Handbook.
You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
I see!
What?
Wait!
Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
The group photo. It's all been faked. Everybody's falling in for the same trap. Everyone probably has the same photo, but
not
edited.
just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
It's the same photo, but in each one, it's probably locked out for all of them. Like they themselves are cut out. In my photo, I'm cut out, but in their photos, Hog Curry's probably cut out his, Byakuya's cut out his.
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
So,
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different.
so just what the mastermind
With
wanted,
the picture you have, I'm in it.
but in yours,
But that can't be right. Because in my picture,
I see.
I'm the only one not in it.
Actually, huh. Actually, wait, are you the only one not in it? Celeste is always off in the back. Sakura about to lap everyone. Actually, is everyone in this photo? I don't think so. Where's, oh, never mind, I'm stupid. I'm blind. I figured as much, in which case.
Hero, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
Okay. This one too. It's just like I thought. There's gotta be... There's gotta be some sort of common point between these photos, I feel. Oh. Something that's like off about all the photos. Can I look at my photo again? Byakuya, can we see yours?
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
Bucko, this is why Kyoko's the smart one, not to grab the damn photo.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
Byakuya, can we see your photo?
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The fact that we all got different photos. The connection regarding what person isn't shown in the... The ones who got the photo aren't showing up in their
In each
own.
case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
Yeah. So right off the bat, we're already seeing that, this damn bear is really willing to be tricky.
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
And it sounds like Toko and Byakuya might have their own photos.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Let's see it. Sure enough. Same.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Correction, you guys assumed that. I just assumed it was some sort of a ploy to make me look bad.
Figured it out, huh?
You're an asshole.
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
If it is a hint, if he's not lying about that part, then there's gotta be something in each photo that's odd. But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. Can I just look at the photos? There's something else that bothers me about everyone else's picture. What is it? What's digging at me?
Listen,
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. Yeah, there's gotta be some other point of... like, some other common point between all of them, I feel. I need to compare each of them one more time. Byakuya's picture, okay, let's see. So... Let's just describe what each person is doing, and maybe I'll get something from that. We have Kyoko and Sayaka just chilling. Asahina is just being lifeguard. Makoto is confused. Toko and Celeste are in the background, not doing anything. Hagakure and Mondo look to be just waiting to jump in. Sakura is destroying a fish. I don't even know why there's a fish in there. Ishimaru swimming, same with Mukuro and Chihaya. And Leon is splashing Junko in the face. Hina's picture, okay, so... Actually running track at the moment are Sayaka, Hifumi, Leon, Makoto, and Sakura. Kyoko and Hagakure are sitting down. Mukuro, Toko, Byakuya, Ishimaru, and Mondo are all on the right. Celeste is all behind everyone in the photo, who are running. And Chihaya is talking to Junko. Hero's picture. Wait, what? There is something... Wait, what? There is something weird. There's something actually very strange. Junko is in all these pictures, but she's not facing the... Never in any of the photos, at the very least of the 3 photos I've seen, you can't see her face. In the swimming one, she was being splashed in the face with water by Leon. In the second photo, she was turned away. And in this photo, she's also turned away. And now I think about it, can you actually see her face in mine? No, you can't! Junko can't be seen in the... Babe, Junko isn't very photogenic. That doesn't make sense. She's the ultimate fashionista. At the very least, I think she is. Wait, no way. Hang on. There's... A corpse fridge has been installed in the biolab. It seems that a blue light comes on to indicate a slot is occupied. The number of blue lights, counting the slot with Mukuro's body inside, comes to a total of 9. But there's 6 of us left. There's a missing... That's impossible, though. How? Is she alive? Is she... But that doesn't make sense. But... Why is she the common point? There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something... The group photo.
Can you just forget about the photo already?
No, there's something really wrong here. What's going on?
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
There's a person who should still be alive. And there's an oddity with the photos with a dead person. Not exactly a great way to survive being impaled by a bunch of spears. Exactly.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No. I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
I actually can believe that the photos are real.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that.
No, I can believe it.
So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
I want to focus on the bigger oddity of why is Junko's face seemingly just cropped out of each one? Or just so conveniently...
Huh?
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this photo isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Hangman's Gambit. Yeah.
Now I understand.
Amnesia. Everyone forgot.
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense.
You're right!
As if.
Damn it.
You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Considering Yu Hagakure, yes.
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural they won't believe it. No matter how much they refuse. If that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides the pictures. Oh god, that's a lot.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the
Damn it, I
idea
missed.
that we all lost our
Whoopsie.
memories
It's totally stupid.
Nope, nope,
Obviously.
nope, nope, nope. Must be more evidence in those pictures.
You're saying
We all got
Everybody.
since when did this turn into...
I promise you, ever since I got to this, I remember everything that's happened.
Fire!
No, that's wrong.
No, everyone's memories are actually there.
Those
gone,
photos
sorry.
aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss.
Monokuma, can you actually be a friend for once in your life and just play this DVD?
This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
Now is not the time!
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself.
Can we get it played right now?
The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
Yes!
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Oh, we're switching topics? What are we on?
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
I'm not so glad you asked, to be honest with you, because this is going to be depressing.
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question.
Indeed.
He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
Guess what each and every single one of us said?
And how did we answer?
Yippee!
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
Ask yourself that question.
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever. or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
So I can't blame you for that assumption, but...
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
Well, for once, you're actually being helpful, Monokuma.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
We can go into the specifics of why would we accept this at a different point in time.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, we really...
That's a problem for another time. Let's first solve the murder, then we can debate why would we want to stay here.
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
I don't blame you.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss.
It's like strangely specific.
You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too.
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains?
To be honest with you, Monokuma, with everything else I've seen up to this point, I don't think that either of those options would surprise me.
Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
Monokuma, I've seen you turn a man into butter. I can believe a lot of things right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original reason why we would all stay here. And it's gotta be related to the tragedy, isn't it? The original motive. Oh boy.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret.
Just answer the damn question.
Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Make your argument. Oh, wait a minute, I wonder.
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything.
Okay.
That much I'm sure of.
Okay.
When you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Yes.
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly! You're just making stuff up! The mastermind is probably a million miles away! Those masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
How's there just somewhere in the school? Oh, right, there's no way they could have controlled that machine.
So who did it?
Whoever did it is that much I...
Is the mastermind
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
Ah!
Shoot! So
In that case, let me try the other statement
Whoever
that I
did
think
it
is wrong.
that much I...
is the mastermind?
Of course! They have to be...
What makes you...
Exactly!
You're just making stuff up! The mastermind is probably a...
No, it's wrong.
Actually, the Earth is only
There's no
25,000 feet
question that the
miles.
mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
Yes.
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time, so there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
No, there's something else wrong here.
I'm sure I told you this. I've told you this same flashback like 20 times now. I'm not saying it again.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me.
I blame Makoto.
Bro, what the hell?
What? Why me?
What the hell?
Cuz! It's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Do you not did you forget that was alter ego?
Oh, I get it. The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself,
I'm half
right?
tempted to let you all throw me in the pit of lava so you can join me in it.
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Shut up.
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
Well, not enough, evidently.
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing.
Ay, ay, ay.
We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different.
Wait. I didn't even think of that. Hang on. The body was covered with other wounds. Several days old. Other wounds. What kind of wounds? They wouldn't have to be something like spears, would they? Is it really Junko? What in the world?
Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Mukuro's actual cause of death must have been the other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
They were several days old.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
But you can freeze a body. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago.
It also doesn't state that those aren't explicitly not the cause of death.
So they can't possibly be what killed her.
No.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
If they are what I think they are, then that means that it's...
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
No, she didn't. I know what you're going at.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means...
You're wrong.
She denied me before I could even say anything. I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Okay, you are weird, but okay. If you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? I know what's getting at. The headmaster made a note to mention that her skin was basically flawless despite being the ultimate soldier.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier.
Did not have a single scar wound.
She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
No, that's wrong. No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle.
Yep, the headmaster explicitly stated that she had no scars or anything on her.
The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
I need to know what kind of injuries they were.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing.
Enough of you.
Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school.
But that's strange, but that... What?
In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
If what I'm thinking's the case, then...
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
That's what I wanted to... That. It's multiple, like, stabs. In that case, Junko never died. There's a student that... There's one corpse missing from the morgue. And these wounds would definitely match up with how Junko, quote-unquote, supposedly died. But that means...
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
In the freezer...
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
Yeah!
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night?
I did see them.
Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
That has to be the mastermind.
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
Not Kyoko. It was the mastermind. It was the mastermind.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask...
It's quite easy to just put a mask on somebody and just say, hey, it's this person or that person.
I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me.
In fact, that's probably why the bomb was also used eventually.
But I was wrong.
The bomb to explode the body was to make sure we wouldn't get the mask off.
It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption.
I don't expect Monokuma to go easy. But I don't know what to expect him to do at all either.
You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think.
No.
Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
There's no way Mukuro's the one that attacked me. Even if I didn't see her face. Ah! That's it! Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo, comparing that to the masked attacker. It should be obvious. Make your argument. Monokuma file number 5. I feel like it's not actually gonna be...
never saw... So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps
Oh, you
the
son of
left
a...
foot?
You son of a...
Or could it be...
Could
the
you shut up?
hips?
Her most noticeable feature, that tattoo that marked her... It was on her right hand. Yeah. It had to be on her right hand. Yeah.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Mukuro Ikusaba
No, it's wrong.
has the freaking Fenrir mark on their hand.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh. No snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
Uh-oh.
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
You don't have to, before anyone can say anything. It's gonna be her hand, isn't it? Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. There's more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it?
What happened?
It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Well, thank you. Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on. Sure enough.
My scars should suffice as proof.
Well, Monokuma.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
Nope, not at all.
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful.
Yep, for you it is.
On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Sorry. Did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
You have mere minutes to live.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet.
Sure about that?
Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
Are we sure?
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
No.
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
I know who... In that case, she had to be pretending then. That's the only thing, but... The mastermind worked together.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
No.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right?
It's funny. she didn't die in secret. I think she died with everyone looking at her.
Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could...
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Togo, now's not the time.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
And that's why we weren't allowed into the biolab.
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else where the body could have been stored.
I got
The
it!
biolab. That's why we
Mukuro's
couldn't do it.
body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
That's why we couldn't get in. It would explain too much. Too much for the mastermind to reliably control.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And we have further proof.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
Indeed. The tarp. Something made its way from the biolab to the garden. The tarp.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
I was desperate.
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
I'll take that as a compliment, thanks.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's just a wild guess.
No.
Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
You're a bear that lets your emotions do the talking, aren't you?
Worked up?
Very.
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Indeed.
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
I think it's time. I think it has to be. There's only one person at this point that has too many oddities around them.
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
Yep. An inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about...
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
No.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
You acting that way ain't gonna stop us, Bear. I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about...
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
No, shut up.
What one thing?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family?
You're using this to try and drag me away from the truth.
Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. If I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers don't match up. Let's go. Is it time? The moment of truth. With Monokuma.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! I'm not listening!
What?
This should prove it.
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is the lights.
There's a student that was seen dead, but it's still alive.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
Indeed.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
All right, how about we put it this way? Someone who died, we saw die, is still alive. The number of lights should be 10.
I got it!
There should be 10 lights on.
10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
The key to solving this mystery. Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth, then Fumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And victim number 10 was Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
And yet 10 bodies don't exist there. 9 do.
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
Someone never died.
I got it! The masterminds destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
There's simply just one less body.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Wait a minute. I don't know if this is actually... no, it may not matter, but there is something I was wondering about the whole body announcement thing. I wonder if it happens if Monokuma kills someone. I don't know if they could fit Fumi. Maybe they're a lot bigger than they look.
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murders. The explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? What would it take? Only 9 murder. Wait.
Shoot!
I'm scared of... The same person was killed twice.
What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
Murderception.
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
And there's one odd person for some reason here.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
I don't know which of the two you specifically want me to point out.
It was Mukuro, of course.
Oh, you point out for
Before
me.
she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
Indeed.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
The true mastermind.
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious because Kyoko's totally delusional.
That's what you wish. All right, Bear. Show me those, show me the holes. Wait, Monkrament file number 5.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe... Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered!
Junko Enoshima!
That's wrong.
They have to be the true mastermind.
Junko, wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
The stabs.
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Exactly.
And the similarities match?
Means Junko never died.
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight.
Junko never died. For some reason, and Mukuro was killed, was disguised as Junko. That's the only thing that can add up at that point. That wasn't Junko.
Or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears.
That was the ultimate soldier for some reason.
Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
But it was Mukuro.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means we now know who the mastermind most likely is.
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
It can only be them.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive.
No, it's not.
She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died.
No.
So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be.
It's the opposite.
Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Mukuro alive? The one that's still alive is Mukuro? But can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is alive. Make your argument.
The body we found in the garden wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like so the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma?
Huh? For that to be true, then there could have been... That could have been in her body we found in the garden. Is that really possible? I did not even check it, to be honest with you. I should have.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
Whoopsie. I don't know why I shot that. That was stupid. So our options to shoot are, it wasn't Mukuro, Mastermind's true identity, and That's right, she made it look like Junko's body was her, so the Mastermind's true identity. It wasn't Mukuro, but it has to be Mukuro. So the Mastermind's true identity.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
It was Mukuro. We actually already matched it up. I've just remembered now. Yeah.
No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
We finally dragged them out soon. Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. I think it might be time to finally drag out the mastermind. There's only one person it could be. The mastermind behind this whole killing game is you.
Here's my answer.
Junko Enoshima.
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
It only makes sense.
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
So what do you think?
But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade.
No, it was real. That wasn't Junko.
But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now you mention it. No. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist just to check for pulse like they do in the movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for sure.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
But that wasn't Junko.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
No.
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
You're awfully happy about that.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Thanks, Kyoko.
Oh? You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Don't let me give up, please.
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way?
Someone did die there, but
Junko
it wasn't her.
Absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Junko never died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
Is that why her face is covered? Wait. If the ultimate despair is multiple people... If multiple people are working together... Junko's face is covered up. Mukuro and Junko had to work together. If her face is covered up, why wouldn't we want to see her face? Would it be because it looks familiar? Are Junko and... Are they twins?
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? She was never in danger. I checked her. She was dead, I'm sure of it. The only possibility is that she wasn't... But it's still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely. Maybe she used some sort of trick. Hangman's Gambit. I see. Rep. Replaced.
Now I understand.
Yeah, she was replaced. That wasn't Junko. Ooh, Gonza.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... That had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
No, we don't have an ultimate ninja.
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that.
You need to open up your
So
mind.
maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. They had to have been switched at the beginning.
The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Exactly.
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched,
It would make sense.
then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met
Was not Junko at all. That was Mukuro.
is actually Mukuro all along?
The only way that can make sense.
Then we'd already met her?
Indeed.
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was.
There was no chance for us to really associate much with Junko before she died. Or rather, Mukuro.
So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference.
Exactly.
That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
Well, makeup.
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
After all, what was Junko's original ultimate title, right? It was the Ultimate Fashionista. She'd probably know how to cover something like that, I'd imagine.
If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished.
And that's why it had the fake nails!
Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body.
Yeah!
They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Monokuma is being controlled by Junko.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
Seems like it.
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
Yep.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her.
The other ultimate despair.
In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
Why'd you swap?
I tried to protect her identity. When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but... Oh boy. He can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity not just once, but twice. The first time was during our latest investigation. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to be showing here. He tried to hide Junko's identity not just once, but twice. First time was during our latest investigation.
Shoot!
I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to be showing here.
Shoot!
Ah.
Shoot!
What? I might be being stupid, but... Well, we're gonna see what the game over is this time. We already come to the end of the debate. Seem you are unable to uncover the truth of this mystery of the school. Yeah, that means everyone's favorite punishment time. Let's give it another
I
shot.
refuse to give up yet.
Oh, what? Huh?
The two of them may have switched places for...
Oh, what? That was weird. What? So there's just no game over? Huh. That's weird.
We'd already met her?
So yeah, there's no consequence to failure. Really? Huh.
in that case, if what I can already assume then what it actually is for, then it's probably just for score if I had to take a guess. Like, because the end score probably like just for like getting medals or whatever. I mean, we're at the end of the game, so I don't honestly care that much about the medals, so... Oh. Why am I having a hard time with this one? I genuinely don't understand. The first time was during our latest investigation. At this point, I'm just gonna go through everything. I genuinely don't understand what problem I'm having here. Why am I being stupid? What matters now is presenting the right evidence. It has to do with what Monokuma tried to keep me from seeing during the investigation. Oh! What? Oh, wait! Oh, hang on. Okay, so you're talking about... You're talking about... Wait, what?
Shoot!
What do you mean? Why is it... I'm gonna feel really bad when I actually realize what the... Notebook, go! Just so we don't have to skip through all the dialogue again, I'm going to go to menu and then use the continue button. Just so we don't have to watch through all of that again.
Shoot! Shoot! I got it!
Oh, Doc!
While I was in the
I'm
AV
so
room,
stupid.
watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. I completely forgot. I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry. I do not know why that was so hard for me to figure out. I'm so freaking stupid. Gosh dang it. I apologize. I don't know why that one was so difficult for me. I completely forgot that we didn't get to see the whole thing. I'm sorry. It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Oopsie, looks like it broke. Out of service.
What? So it just happened to break now?
Now then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere at any time. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up!
I am so stupid. To be fair, everyone has at least one brain fart moment playing this game. I genuinely don't know why I completely forgot about that. Oh well. What matters is we're past it, I think.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko...
I think my mind was just
at that point, I think my mind just hit like a roadblock from being tied up in so much things to keep in track that I just completely lost track of where I was. There's so much going on, so much to remember, and then at some point I just completely hit a stop.
It would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
Well, then let's watch it. No, it wasn't a fluke. The Mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. The Mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. The photo. The moment of truth. Alright, let's do it.
What do you want? What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up! That's impossible!
Would you stop growling at me?
That's impossible! This should
The group
prove it.
photo.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Why is Junko's face covered in it, every single one of them?
Uh-oh. I noticed it just a little while ago. When we were all comparing the photos we got, in all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Unusual circumstance, and it's common to all these pictures. Can't see her face in every single one of them. It's just so conveniently Junko's face.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
So why is that?
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible.
Exactly. So why is it that Mukuro can be seen perfectly fine, but why
so
not
in
Junko?
other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko, which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed
The difference.
that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
I believe
What?
everything Makoto said is true.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
Controlling Monokuma.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game.
The true ultimate despair.
She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the
I don't know what you're
identity
saying.
and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
Too bad we didn't get to see a picture from Kyoko or Toko. Would have loved to see more of them all together. I do like those photos, and I do wish we could have had more.
No, wait, hold on!
There's no more hiding it, Junko.
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run.
Fumi's a mastermind.
I'll prove everything. Right now.
Closing argument. Begin. What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the main hall? Probably that. It's stabbed. Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? Okay. mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? They attacked with the knife. When the mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped them? After their surprise attack failed, the mastermind fled my room. Which photo fits more appropriately? That one. Yeah. What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? This picture, this one. What was the condition of the body when I first found it in the garden? It was perfectly fine. We couldn't identify the mysterious body because it got blown up. Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body?
The killer is you!
It's gotta be this, I think.
We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko Enoshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko.
Yep.
The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place.
The ultimate soldier.
And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Alright, so far so good. Gets killed.
But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima.
Yep. Yes. Okay, that was right.
Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue until Junko decided to put her body to use.
Okay.
Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proven to be one big thorn in her side.
Okay.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
And then they tried to kill me. Help!
So she put on a mask and then attacked me.
Help!
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room.
Yep.
Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same.
But it wasn't.
She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place.
One more.
Yeah! Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder.
And the mastermind behind it all.
And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma.
Junko Enoshima.
The real Junko Enoshima.
Show yourself.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
I had a slight feeling that that wasn't going to be it because there was the other thing he said. We didn't just have to solve the murder. We had to solve the school's secret. Hello. Ultimate Despair, Junko Enoshima. Hello, Junko.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
Okay, she's a lot more regal than I thought.
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world.
Nah, I'm good. That sounds like too much of a hassle to control.
We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, and some of our home cooking.
I don't want to have to deal with having to control half the freaking world. That sounds like a nightmare. I'm not smart. I'm not that smart.
Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
No.
Oh, did you think I was being serious?
Oh, what the?
Sorry. I was just messing with you.
Oh, she's...
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
I can tell you're changing your voice a lot. This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Enoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
No.
Your face.
Huh? What about my face?
She's covering it up.
What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
Thank you, Junko.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere. Her too somewhere. It was definitely before I got to school.
I got it!
Yeah, it was before arriving.
That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover.
She is the ultimate fashionista.
And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
Well, no kidding.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't really quite match up to reality.
Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course, those are totally photoshopped.
Photoshopped? That was a lie.
Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with, like, computers and junk.
Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
I did think it was a bit weird how, like, why, like, the ultimate fashionista, like, I wouldn't have thought an ultimate fashionista would still need Photoshop on top of her ultimate skill.
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
Yeah.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
Ah, philosophy. Admittedly not a topic I'm so well versed in.
Not even if they're twins.
I had a feeling you had to be twins.
Twins!
It was the only way that would make sense for how they could cover for each other so well.
I know. It's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship.
Yes, twins, known for killing each other.
The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
If you're twins, you're the same age. What are you talking about? Whoa!
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima!
Okay, I see, okay.
And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Oh.
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
No, she keeps swapping.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself!
Oh, so that's why you keep switching who you act like.
Twins don't come out at the exact same time. Yeah, I know that. Still, though, it's not by that much, I feel. Not enough to... I feel like it's not at least enough to qualify younger or older. Okay. Yeah, I know that. I know that's, like, it's not instant, but still. It's just, like... You know what I mean? It's just, like, it's... Stuff's loose enough? Eh, I guess. I don't know. The point I'm trying to make is feels like you're, I don't know, the way she said it almost make me, I don't know. I ain't a doctor. People say younger or older twin. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, I just don't often think about twins all that much. I don't often see twins, actually, now I think about it. Oh well. Oh. But I guess you're right. You are saying you're right. Is it younger or older?
But if you're twins, why do you have different last names?
Oh, yeah, that's a bigger issue. I don't even know why I didn't even consider that. Why do you have last names different?
Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit?
It's kind of important.
Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
Is it such a shame that I want to know an answer?
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
Yeah.
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
What? Okay. What?
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes.
I am not prepared for all these mood whiplash switches. To this degree.
The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties.
Okay.
Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
Damn, that's your sister you're talking about. What the hell?
Leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way.
You got a heart.
Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with.
Okay.
Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem.
Oh, is that why you wanted her dead? Because you thought it wouldn't be entertaining with an ultimate soldier who could do a lot?
She had what I call the 3 atrocities.
What?
Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive.
Damn, bro! That's your sister!
It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause.
I think the reason why she couldn't match your personality is because you keep switching it, madam.
She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
Oh.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
Ah, how pleasant.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
Gosh dang it.
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring.
What are you doing?
So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
I swear, if she ends up... It is going to be so funny if she ends up, like, in the middle of conversation just swapping between her personalities each line. Like, every A button and press changes who she is. I swear it's gonna be funny if that happens.
This wasn't supposed to... I mean...
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right! There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
Yeah.
How can you talk like that?
Yeah, I also agree in that respect.
You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar?
Yes.
Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations.
Oh, I mean... I guess?
Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all.
To me, it's starting to sound like you needed therapy a long time ago, madam.
When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill.
Curious.
We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
That's not true at all.
Up, and now she's depressed.
We were twins. How could I not be sad?
Where did the mushrooms come from? Actually, now that I think about it, you had the crown as well in your first personality, and then you had the glasses during like teacher one.
That's why it gets me so excited.
I can tell with how depressed you are.
Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it.
Sure.
It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that.
Is that a sign of brain rot? That is... If that's brain rot, then that is a very advanced case.
Super, 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 super,
I
super, super,
get
super,
it.
super despair.
I get it, Junko.
It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Yes.
And my sister too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Yes. I don't know how to react to this.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
You're right.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts.
I didn't even think about it. This is so out of the blue that it's making the freaking the serial killer look normal. How are you managing that?
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
If that makes you happy? Question mark?
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
I'm actually curious too. Oh god, the bear's back.
Figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow. You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away.
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I
I'm the killer. So how about the next one?
Alright.
Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
Damn straight. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then we'll have our victory.
I can't wait.
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
It is not gonna be that easy, Hagakure.
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean...
It must mean their life here at the, like the whole time they've lived here at the Hope Peak Academy. The entire time that they've lived here, they've had their memories. Those memories are gone, assuming those photos are real.
I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
I mean, that's probably a part of it, question mark? But that's not the point.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Guys, this is the mastermind.
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Thinking back to what Monakuma's told us, the memories that we've stolen from us and what that they must be related to. Class trials? Cool.
I got it!
The motives?
You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well,
Hi.
I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important.
You're back to this.
It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners.
Sure.
So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Theme?
Theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
Oh, wait. It was... We were all being scared about the theme for the first motive. Friends. Motives were... human connections?
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
And then next was Chihiro's murder. Secrets.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Why am I starting to hear GLaDOS in this voice? I swear to God. I don't know. I know it's not, but it's just, for some reason, keep thinking GLaDOS at this point with this voice.
Okay!
Oh, never
Time
mind.
for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
For the second murder, the motive's theme was when we got the weird envelopes. Mentioned how I used to wet the bed, so the theme that time was... the past?
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
There's gotta be something. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised she had a perfect GLaDOS impression as one of her personalities. At this rate, I wouldn't be either.
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question.
So next up is Hifumi and Ishimaru's murders. It was money.
So, what was the motive for the third murder?
The theme of it was... the reason Celeste turned to murderer was she wanted to buy a European castle and live there with a bunch of handsome men. So that time, the... Greed?
I got it!
Yeah.
It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
human relations, greed, and the past.
Seek and destroy!
Oh, God.
Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Okay.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Betrayal.
I got it!
Yeah, it's betrayal.
It was betrayal.
Precisely.
Up.
You see,
Now we're back to depressed.
once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards.
You're gonna be like, a little's right. There's barely even pocket money. That's barely a...
Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
I do remember Byakuya being like, oh, that's just like... How pathetic. Mere pennies to me.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal?
Yeah?
These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
I mean, I guess, but...
But of course, those aren't the
Oh,
only
God.
motives that exist in this world.
Why, yes.
In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth.
Oh, really? Do go indeed.
They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Huh.
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope.
Huh?
Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
I'm getting tired of this. Just please end this.
Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would
Oh,
see
God.
I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories.
Huh?
What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
The tragedy. Is that what you're talking about?
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope.
Are you talking about the tragedy?
Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
It would be the hope. It would be forgetting what would have been so despairing beforehand.
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right?
The question is, what's going on outside?
The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this
Ugh.
school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Hi, Monokuma.
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
Well, show us then.
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it?
I feel bad for Hagakure and Asahina for just having to sit next to Junko.
But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint. Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
It's not gonna be pretty, is it? The outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
It ain't gonna be pretty. What is it? Armageddon? Total apocalypse? Are we on the moon?
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there?
What is it? Show it.
I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Let's see it. What the? Oh god, he's everywhere. Oh god. It's chaos.
What the?
What a nicely themed
Dangerous.
apocalypse.
The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
Junko, you do realize this is your fault, considering it's all from your freaking bear.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense.
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
Brought to you by Monokuma.
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
The Eiffel Tower with the friggin' Monokuma head on it. I didn't really get a good look at it. You also had like... We should recognize it? What about should we recognize? This whole thing is insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember. Ain't a fucking excuse no more.
Okay, okay.
So now it's time for the final class trial.
Oh god. So now it's really beginning, huh? Alright, very well. Make your argument. Just ejects memories, photo, Kyoko, and Headmaster, group photo.
Come on. What the fuck happened outside?
I don't know. I'm
want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing.
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
If nobody can remember anything, this is the end for all of us. What other choice do we have?
No. If I can't remember, is it all over? I mean, how can she show me something so completely incomprehensible and then just say remember? Yeah, I was thinking.
Come on, bitches! What the fuck?
I feel bad doing this to you, Toko, but for once...
I mean, what am I supposed
Nope. Right now, we really need your help with Jack. Bring out the serial killer.
Actually, she might remember.
Toko, sneeze.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
So, Genocide Jack would probably remember.
I see. If their memories are separate,
One can have their memories swiped, while the other can't.
then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity.
Byakuya, you know what to do.
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Yeah, I knew it.
It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer.
Thanks, Byakuya.
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Also, by the way, say hello to Junko.
Who the hell are you?
I had a feeling that was coming. Like,
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
hi.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Can we not make buddy right now?
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen.
Aye, aye. Roger, you got it, Captain.
All right, genocide. What is this?
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
Because it's funny.
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
That is a lie and a half.
Oh my god, he's the worst liar in the world.
Thank you.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
Could you not have spoken up a little earlier?
A tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yes, I've heard of that before, but what is it? What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Great question. I remember the classroom too.
Because it's all because of that event.
What is the event?
What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it.
Huh.
I guess you could say what happened was man-made,
What happened though?
but it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster.
Was it just the takeover of Monokuma?
Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
Jill, you could have mentioned this earlier.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
That too.
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics.
Well, then your memories is just as messed up as ours.
Miss Morose saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
Oh, what?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations!
No.
To die! This is the true tragedy!
Not now, Jill.
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
Actually, no. I don't think that's true at all.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Because then something else doesn't make sense. You mentioned this was a killing game for people out there, right? If the world's ended, then who the hell's watching this?
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Bruh.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous. I have another ridiculous story to tell you.
What up?
It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Oh no.
What? What did you say?
Oh no.
I'm glad to see you took the bait.
Uh-oh.
You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Gee, I wonder which option it is. I'm going to pick this one.
Correct. Well done, peasants.
It's not like I had my... Thank you.
But I didn't say anything yet.
What do you mean?
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it!
I hit A!
Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
There are still people because people vandalize stuff. I mean, I guess. I guess it's just like post-apocalyptic world.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
Juko is certainly funny, interesting, psychotic.
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Maybe you should ask the mushrooms on your head.
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Tagami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't make sense.
That we established from the very first scene that we saw you in, okay?
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
No, I know what she's going for saying.
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
No.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
2?
Huh? 2 years ago? Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Wait, what? 2 years ago? What is that?
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I agree.
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth.
I'm gonna be honest, it's mostly because I am having a hard time keeping up with your constant changes.
And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
I agree, Hagakure. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. Okay, hang on. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Juko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us are life at Hope's Peak Academy.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life.
That would be horrifying.
That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. That's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Make your argument. I feel like these arguments are about to start getting more oh, Lord. Yikes. These arguments are starting to get real heated.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything!
I see.
Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
But nope, yes you have. I had a feeling that was coming. Hero.
There's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why is my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor.
It also explains the photos we found in each floor, like occasionally, with the the one with Mondo, Chihiro, and I think it was Leon? And then the one with Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka.
If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
What's Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt!
Huh.
But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
Oh, thanks about that, Kyoko.
And whose pocketbook is that?
Hers.
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here!
I had a feeling this is what she was going for. It's all about despair with her.
Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yeah!
That has got to be the biggest lie I've ever heard. I refuse to believe you've never been to a funeral. You probably go to them as like a daily event.
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes?
2.
How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
You would be a funeral crasher.
Actually, never mind. I'm bored.
Bro.
Explaining stuff is boring.
You've had fun so far.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Come apart? Where our memories come apart? She's talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall for the first time. And that was... at the entrance ceremony? No. Oh, when I fainted, duh. I'm stupid.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories, I can't think of any time other than that day.
What?
When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right?
How did you selectively delete memories?
And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on the desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first
And
time.
explains the photos.
Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other. But
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
Exactly.
I love you all so much.
Now's not the time.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly.
Also explain how the hatch, the entrance, and everything showed up in such a short time while you passed out. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think of that.
It's only natural that I would fall in love.
You are insane.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
The ultimate despair. All mankind.
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst.
Bruh.
Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your life.
Except Celeste, evidently.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end.
Jack not saying anything sexy even more, considering she could have also known they were all... She also know that they're all friends, since... Pretty sure Jack was out in one picture. Huh.
And as you can
Interesting.
imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
Oh, the classroom.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history. And the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing.
What do you mean?
Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
Well, I fight back.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Is it?
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened. Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once. The So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter. That's right. It was transformed into a shelter. I said it twice.
I was actually gonna say, did I just like... I was actually really confused for a second. Like, did something bug out?
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
The headmaster.
I got it! Could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
And that's why you wanted to try and plunge us into despair.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe
Turn into a saw trap, basically.
became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
I wonder why.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You let us live? So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because she's sick?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
What the mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world, that was... despair. That's probably gonna be despair, isn't it? Hijack?
Now I understand.
It's the only word I could come up with.
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
Bro.
By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Oh, really?
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Oh.
Expelled them?
Murdered.
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So
But-
it's like,
but-
give and take.
Bullshit.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason
I think that's the
chose
first time
you
to
guys
go.
to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Not that treasured if you consider throwing us away.
Sorry, that's a lie.
Thank you.
I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
That only works if they believe it.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless?
That's what you want.
You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless,
It's not hopeless.
how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Truth. Full of despair.
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless.
What?
I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
Oh god, that's true.
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
Damn.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Oh. What the? Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself,
All I've seen is a TV screen.
so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another.
I mean, a serial killer can't get behind
In
it.
other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying?
I just don't care.
If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself?
Why not?
Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure.
So be
Trust
it.
me, I'm not lying about any of this.
You are the least trustworthy person I can think about right now, Junko.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you, for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed?
Yes.
What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
Only because you gave a motive.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
If you hadn't given them reasons to do it,
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
you're swapping a lot now.
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner. It's all your fault.
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh?
A little unfortunate for you.
But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished.
Oh.
If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then,
Uh-oh.
I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Technically, these five think killing one. They're actually trying to stop killing. Yeah.
Even if it's just one person?
In that case, we need to make sure everybody's on board.
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
What?
You mean we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb!
Oh boy.
Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
It's probably me, by the way.
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down!
So probably Makoto.
Makoto, you're up!
I had 100% idea of that.
Me?
Hi.
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
Because I'm the one who has the best chance of stopping you, idiot.
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
May I ask how you're going to enforce that rule when you're dead?
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice me? That's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No! That's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Come on, guys.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
You're a piece of shit.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
In that case, we just gotta change it.
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
None of them.
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair!
That's what you want.
We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh?
Of course I am.
Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life.
Final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up.
Gotta make them all better. To live in despair. That's not really living at all. Come on. Make your argument. I think I have an idea.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak.
By the way, the air outside, the only reason is thanks to the air. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all been. All of you will have to. You'll have to go into the world outside. So, will you just die?
There's no hope left in the world. When you sleep, it's on a bed of despair. The world is in despair. You are in despair.
If you don't do something, everyone's gonna be consumed by despair. Claim there's no hope left in the world, but if despair is contagious like you say, then so is hope. I'll use my own hope to plant seeds of hope inside everyone. In that case, I see what you're...
give up.
There's one way of doing that.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Hope.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Hope.
Don't lose hope now.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right?
Yeah.
So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we?
Come on, Hagakure.
I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me.
Then let's go.
So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here.
Attaboy.
The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
Let's get out of here, man.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
that would be the end.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
Yeah!
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Howie.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do?
Don't give in.
You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right?
Yeah.
No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Come on, Genocide Jill.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting.
Worked for me.
Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school.
Fair.
Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it.
Exactly.
Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
Don't worry, he will.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all been living will. I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Come on, Zagami.
Hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you?
Hey, never hurts.
Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you.
There we go. Now you're back to how you should be.
I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive.
There you go.
So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up!
Oh.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Music.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
Come on.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the
I think it is
physics
the intro
lab.
music, yeah.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
Come
If I
on.
die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end. I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love! All of you will have to leave.
Come on.
You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Kyoko.
Don't lose hope now!
Come on, Kyoko.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here.
Yeah!
I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck.
Huh?
I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair.
Oh, in that case, don't mind if I do.
You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
I'm not opposed to the title.
What the hell are you?
Well, don't know, but I like it. The ultimate hope has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook.
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other.
What? It's all that despair is gone.
It's all so uncool, so unhip.
What happened to all your switching between personalities thing? Why are you just staying as one?
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. I think I see where we're going with this. Yep, the moment of truth. One more.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
You suck! What do you want? So uncool!
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless!
Final strike!
Despair into
Hope keeps on going!
No more despair.
I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Certainly not what you hoped. Oh, sorry. You don't like that. Do you?
a... Well...
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
Yeah.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
All for hope.
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
Let's put an end to this despair. Who is found guilty? The mastermind, Junko Enoshima. You are over.
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost. Me. No way.
Well, that's
Can't be me.
You still don't accept it?
Even the ultimate despair itself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
There's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just totally the best.
Okay. Oh god, she probably loves this, doesn't she? Huh?
So this is despair.
This. We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end.
true despair.
It's the most ultimate despair.
What are you talking about?
And now
Don't you see? I was so helplessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience is my first and last colossal despair. Here at the moment of death, I have the chance to taste the highest grade despair. The utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
So hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying this?
Anyway.
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best!
Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you.
That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me
Let me tell you
repeat
this right
myself.
now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the outside world with hope.
Yeah, the ghost totally seduced us over to his side.
Everyone,
Hey,
you said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
however.
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko,
No.
Stop it! Stop! I hate those faces you're making.
see those awful looks cause me nothing but pain.
There's one last
Fine.
thing.
Let me just say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there is a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope.
Of course, because we...
It's fine.
Shut up! Shut up! That was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue.
I'm almost done now, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
It can't.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right?
Hold on! It's not like I want you to... You don't have to...
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste the despair of death that you only get once in life. So...
Don't get in my way!
Junko! Oh dear.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful.
No stopping her.
Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth.
Well, it's such a shame. Only you get to gouge on that feast, I guess.
Okay, let's do this.
Your eyes are spinning.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last.
Oh dear.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Your face is distorting. Oh boy. Congratulations, Junko has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. She just walks with him! Monaco doesn't actually change. Alright, what's her punishment gonna be? Of course you're gonna love this, aren't you? Classroom. Oh, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh no. Are you the ultimate punishment? The 1,000 blows. Oh god. She's going through everything. The cage of death. She's going through everything. The burning of the Versailles witch. Oh, peaceful. Oh, excavator destroyer. I guess that might feel good on your spine. Blast off. Bye. Oh, hey, it's the intro kill. Bye. After school lesson. Oh, it's what was supposed to kill me. Bye, Junko. Peace. Ugh. Emergency override? Huh. Oh, that sounds handy. Well. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. Chapter 6. The end. Monokuma hair tie. Ending. Alright. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. She might be a little insane, yeah? The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. So now we gotta get out of here. Goodbye, Despair High School. Epilogue. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But in the end...
Hey.
We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave.
To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you do the honors?
Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to the store?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
So be it.
In other words...
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But
you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said specifically that she let us leave here alive.
It's true.
You may be right about that.
Maybe!
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess that's true.
There's nothing to worry about. If something ever happened to Master, I take my scissors and jam them so far up.
Oh dear.
Hey, where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind?
Oh yeah.
It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. Leave? We can go outside?
No! No!
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far. In fact, the first thing I'm going to do when I'm free here is kill you.
Anyway, don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But
It's what happens after we get out that I'm worried about.
But,
you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
For serious?
Maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. That on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember.
A lie. Peaceful as we remember.
Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike the school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. There also has to be lots of hope, right?
In other words,
The act of searching for hope, to try and find it, that by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto?
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me.
You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet.
Maybe I should find them and make them work for me.
To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty. I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
you got it.
Well, my first stop's gonna be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Then what are you gonna do if there are no more donut shops? Or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll grow some wheat.
Ah, I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Faye's telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about
I've
that?
reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin.
Whoa!
Thanks, Ina. You totally opened my eyes.
Hey, personal space buddy, you're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, and have some sort of impact.
What can we do? There's so few of us and we're so small. What can we do? No. We can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything. Time to get out of here.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know.
You can act like you just care about us for once, please.
I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing.
Oh, hey, you actually gonna do your thing?
I might be able to pull it off.
Uh-oh.
A story about Master and me. And the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
I guess so. Well, time to see. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up. I have to push even harder. I'm gonna keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Also, I gotta push the button harder, I guess. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. Let's go. The door began to open. With my hands, with our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. Alright. What's on the other side? A deserted wasteland? Gray everywhere? Molten lava? Oh, God! Please don't. Game! Damn it. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. It's just like, oh, you don't get to know whether they lived or died. Well, I love this game. This game. The blinding light of the sun! And everyone died. The end. Yeah. It certainly feels like that's what it's... I had a feeling I was gonna do that, but oh well. Oh. Anyways, I guess that's it. This game was amazing. I really love that. And we're not even done with the trilogy, because I will soon, I'm probably, hopefully, maybe tomorrow. That's mystery for the next game. I might start on the second one tomorrow. I might not. For the next couple days, I may or may not be able to stream, but I'll get into that in a little bit. But first, yeah, I just really love this game. All the cases were fun or in some way or another. I really like how the gameplay all works. Might as well explain why I pointed out the way the headmaster picture and remains looked the last time. You actually saw his death. Oh! The intro! Is that what you mean? Is that why? Because his skull hit the... Is that what it was? Yeah, wait, that actually makes sense, isn't it? Elton John. Yeah, that actually makes sense, though. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Huh. That's actually a great way of actually showing that, like, early in the game. And but it's like, it's actually connected to the story. I was always confused why it was, like that, like the seemingly random execution at the beginning, but now it makes sense. It was kind of the first execution. Yeah, that was really cool. But yeah, I will be playing the next one next. I mean, I already have it. I managed to get, considering this game and Danganronpa 2 are like a bundle, so I'll probably play that tomorrow or sometime soon. What else? I mean, I feel like I'm not the best when coming up with things to talk about during credits. Let's see. I mean, gameplay was all amazing. Tango Gameworks, what? Huh. I saw Tango Gameworks there. Huh. That's a familiar name. What am I trying to say here? So, will you play the sequel? Yes, I will. Absolutely. I will absolutely be playing Danganronpa 2. Potentially as soon as possible. Well, I do have some stuff that I have to do within, like the next week or two that might cut into streaming. Ideally, I would like to start streaming it as soon as tomorrow. One thing I can say for certain is I probably will not be streaming on Thursday, because Thursday there's a game coming out that I probably will record, not stream, but I will be recording and then just uploading those videos onto the YouTube side of things. And I just want kind of have a whole day of playing that game to myself, considering I've been waiting for it for a long time. But after that, I will hopefully be doing Danganronpa 2 so as soon as I can. Because I want to do it as soon as I can, because this game was amazing. And I always love good, like, horror mystery kind of games. Glad you had a good time watching. And oh yeah, there's a picture of the skeleton from that first one. Up. Yeah, I absolutely want to see the second one soon. Gonna check out the other parts of the story as well, because it's trying to be Ultra Despair Girls 4v3. Well, I'll see on that. Next for certain, I'm probably gonna do for sure next I'm going to be doing Danganronpa 2. As for the Ultimate Despair Girls, I'll see. I'll look at it. There's a good chance potentially. Maybe. I won't say no, I won't say yes, but I'll just say it's possible. I'll have to take a look at it. But what else? I mean, who's next up no matter what? Okay, that's good then. And alrighty. Now let's see if there's like a post-credit scene. Of course, the bear's still alive. Wait, what?
Interesting.
How are you alive? Junko's dead.
Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear.
Sure, but you don't have a controller anymore.
I am Monokuma, and I am this school.
Have you become a sentient robot?
Headmaster.
Sentient robot bear thing. Easter egg. What do you mean? Egg. Alright, well, I think that's gonna be it for today. This went on a lot longer than I expected, but I really enjoyed it. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end it here, though. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later for whatever's next, more than likely. Actually, no, let's just guarantee it. I'm almost definitely doing Danganronpa 2 next. So yeah. Hope to see you all later. Peace.